Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda, is there any additions or deletions?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Reeve. Administration would recommend the addition of 13.3 to the closed session. Economic Development Priorities, Water, FOIP Section 1, or sorry, FOIP Section 21.1.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Administrative, I missed, I thought it was already on there, but 10.5, the Prairie Rose School Division Letter of Intent Request be added to new business.
Great. Thank you. Shane's moving the agenda with the additions. Is there any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Michelle's moving the minutes. Any questions on them? Vote. It's carried. Okay, I need a motion to go into the public hearing. Lloyd? Vote. Okay, we're in the public hearing. Okay, bylaw 2024-23. Kayleen?
Thank you through the chair, and good morning, council. Bylaw 2024-23 is submitted by Monroe Surveys on behalf of Stewart and Carmia Green to reclassify a 5.8 acre parcel from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential Limited District IDP. The property is located within the northwest quarter of Section 6, Township 12, Range 5, west of the 4th Meridian. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Municipal Planning Commission for approval to subdivide the parcel from the remainder of the agricultural title. The existing title is 58.2 acres in size. The property is located along Range Road 60, approximately 1 kilometer north of Township Road 120. The reclassification area, as well as the balance of the agricultural title, will have no alternative option but direct and immediate access to Range Road 60. The area is vacant while the remainder of the parcel contains an established yard site with 2 residences. The area also contains water rights provided through the St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The applicant has received preliminary approval from the district to allocate 5.8 permanent water rights to another piece of land within the parcel. The transfer of water rights can be addressed by conditions of approval at the time of subdivision approval consideration. Therefore, the irrigable acres on the site are not anticipated to be impacted, and nor are there any oil or gas wells on the property. The applicant has submitted the proposed lot layout to accommodate an existing access drive to the remnant lands, an established row of trees, while accommodating the subdivision density requirements in the potential growth area of the tri-area IDP. Additionally, there is a gas pipeline right-of-way which bisects the east boundary of the proposed parcel. This pipeline creates a logical property boundary and is why the east boundary of the parcel is a diagonal and not squared off. They're an established industrial subdivision located approximately 700 meters to the south, and as shown on the adjacent land use map, the directly adjacent lands surrounding are agricultural in nature. If the application were to be approved, the reclassification and subdivision would be the final title eligible to be subdivided from the parcel under the existing potential growth area policies. In terms of our policy review, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. It also states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Under Section 2.6, Potential Growth Area of the Tri-Area IDP, it states that the county wishes to retain the rural nature of its ratepayers and believes that serviced residential development outside existing hamlet boundaries becomes more costly and difficult to administer. The county has a limited capacity to provide an urban level of water and sewer services to the IDP area. The city has made long-term servicing decisions, establishing an internal trunk servicing pattern intended to service future city development. The IDP recognizes that it is in the interests of both the city and the county to retain large parcel sizes for agricultural purposes. The Section 2.6.2 Potential Growth Area Policy directs council as follows. Continued agricultural and agricultural support uses within the potential growth area are preferred. Uses other than agricultural or agricultural support uses should not be allowed unless they are an existing use or the expansion of an existing use. Parcels located within the potential growth area may be considered by the county for a land use bylaw amendment and subdivision approval for limited country residential use. The cumulative area of the subdivision shall not exceed 10% of the area of the original parcel to be subdivided. In this case, the overall agricultural area is 58.2 acres, which means there's an allocation for 5.8 acres available. In order to be eligible for further subdivision into limited country residential, a parcel must be greater than 40 acres, and a subdivision less than 40 acres in size is not permitted. And limited country residential shall not be permitted on irrigated lands. Section 4.1.24 of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county shall follow all applicable policies within the IDP. No comments were received by the City of Medicine Hat at the time of writing this report. We did receive comments from the town of Redcliffe stating that they have no comments. And on Friday evening, January 10th, we did receive a notice of objection letter from an adjacent landowner, which I will read aloud. And Leslie Ann, if you wouldn't mind pulling it up on the screen for council as well. The letter reads, as an adjacent resident to the proposed reclassification of portion Southwest 6-12-5, I'm writing this letter in strong opposition of the proposed Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-23. The Kapler Farm has been in existence since the late 1950s, and the area is definitely a prime agricultural area with an excellent soil classification suitable for irrigated crop production. In the past, this area had dairy, beef production, sheep, high-value irrigated specialty crops, such as beans, potatoes, irrigated hay, wheat, canola, and supported smaller agricultural operations, such as market gardens, berry production, and honey production and berries. Most of these types of agriculture still exist here with the younger generations taking over. For this reason alone, the area is unsuitable to have intensive acreage development. Further fragmentation of agricultural land is a serious issue in Alberta, along with the rest of Canada, and preservation of prime farmland needs to be a top priority. In times of drought, as was the case this year, ensuring the preservation of prime irrigated land is even more important. Developing more acreages in this area would hinder farmers' ability to perform agricultural operations. Intensive acreage development is not suitable in this prime agriculture area or any other prime agricultural areas for the following reasons. Increased complaints on dust, complaints of combines and other farm machinery working late into the night during seeding and harvest, complaints when a farmer performs herbicide applications. I've had to deal with phone calls from Alberta Environment, Cypress County, and an irate neighbor regarding aerial fungicide application when fungicide was applied to our land when it was rented to a potato grower. A neighbor claimed her skin was falling off. Complaints about honeybees and other possible pollinators. Area needed for septic fields and suitable land requirements. Access to potable water. We still do not have access to potable water, and it would be extremely unfair for new acreages to get access before we do when we have been there since the late 1950s. If all these acreages have to haul water, there will be increased truck traffic and more dust complaints. There is no need for more acreages in the county. This is not a form of affordable housing. The 40-acre parcel next to us was listed at $2.1 million back in 2021. Possible further demands for garbage pickup by acreage owners, possible further demands for streetlights for acreage owners. I've worked in the agricultural field for over 35 years. I've seen a lot of agricultural land subdivided. We need to act now to keep agriculture thriving for the current and future generations. Land resources are limited and more farmland is not being created. Securing land for local food production has never been more critical, as we have seen during the last pandemic. Kind regards, and it is signed by Connie Kapler. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, the Assistant Planner's recommendation is approval, as the proposal complies with Section 2.6, Potential Growth Area of the Tri-Area IDP, and Section 4.1.24 of the county's Municipal Development Plan, provided that the water rights are transferred within the existing parcel as a condition of subdivision approval. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Kayleen. Are there any questions for the planner from the council at this time? Shane?
Do you know where they would where on their property they would transfer the water rights to?
Yes, through the chair, on the east side of the parcel, just on the other side of that low-lying drainage area, there's a dry pasture area, which the water rights would be allocated towards.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. My question, I guess, with the current IDP, this falls within the guidelines of the existing. I know we've been working on reducing some of the limitations on, amendments moving forward, but as it stands, this is currently within the allowable things for the IDP itself.
Through the chair, the only area that it doesn't currently comply is that the area dedicated towards the country residential location is currently under irrigation. However, the subdivision approval conditions at the time of application can make it compliant with the IDP requirements. So that does have to happen as part of the subdivision approval process.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions for the planner? Not seeing any? For the planner? Or?
I guess just based on what you just said, what happens if, and you just kind of answered Shane's question with regards to where they would move it to make it compliant, but what happens if we approve it here and for whatever reason it doesn't meet the requirements or they aren't willing to do what's necessary to make it compliant?
The Municipal Planning Commission, as well, is bounded by the requirements and the statutory regulations in the IDP. So the Planning Commission will have to impose a condition for the irrigation water rights to be transferred. That will be added as a condition on the subdivision approval. The subdivision will not get endorsed and registered with land titles until those requirements are met. So that's kind of the safety to ensure that those appropriate steps are taken.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Are there any comments from anyone for or against the proposed bylaw? Nothing? Okay. Not seeing anybody? I'll call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Not seeing anyone? The public hearing for bylaw 2024-23 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Lloyd? Motion to close the public hearing? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're going to do something different today. We're going to jump ahead into the closed session because we've got a lot of discussion in there. So while everybody's here, we're going to get that. Sorry, gentlemen, I got to juggle things around today, but they'll let you know what happens later on. Okay, thank you. Okay, I need a motion to go in camera. Michelle? What's that? That's okay, he'll have to leave. Yeah. Motion to go in? By Michelle, vote? Somebody didn't vote? Wayne? Oh, sorry. Okay, Blair, I have to get you to leave. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I have a motion on the floor for 13.3 Keith is making. Do you want to read it off, Les?
The council direct administration to bring back additional information on economic development priorities water to the April 1st, 2025 meeting as discussed during the closed session.
Okay, everybody knows the motion. Vote. That's carried. And now I will run into 6.1. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Councillor Vossler asked me to read his notice of motion into the record. You'll find it in your agenda as well on page 34. Title of it is Future Possibilities of Land at Dunmore Junction. Whereas Dunmore Junction represents a significant area within Cypress County that offers opportunities for growth, development, and community enhancement. And whereas with its strategic location and lands, hold potential for diverse uses, including but not limited to residential, commercial, recreational, or mixed-use developments. Exploring these possibilities align with Cypress County's commitment to sustainable growth and community well-being. And whereas exploring these possibilities align with Cypress County's commitment to growth and development, access to markets, and community well-being. Now therefore be it resolved that administration be directed to prepare a report for Cypress County exploring the future possibilities for the lands at Dunmore Junction no later than April 15th, 2025. This report should include current zoning and land use designations, potential development opportunities, including infrastructure requirements, community feedback on desirable uses for the area, and environmental and financial consideration for future development. This notice of motion being read into the record today on January 14th and will be debated on February the 4th, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, 7.1. Kayleen?
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2024-23, the public hearing just occurred this morning, and the recommendation is that council move second and third readings.
Thank you, Kayleen. Can you get somebody to move second so we can discuss? Richard, let's move in second. You have the floor since you moved.
Once I was comfortable knowing that the irrigated acres were going to be moved to a dry part of that piece of land, or part of that piece of land, I was okay with this decision.
Anybody else have any comments or concerns? Robin?
So I do have a question on the dry acre, or on the irrigation acres, because I am aware of different areas where people have purchased property within that IDP boundary and then transferred their irrigation from that parcel to a different parcel or vice versa. Is it required that those irrigation acres are transferred to that area, or I guess I'm just a little bit confused because it sounded like to me during the public hearing that they, in order to be subdivided through MPC, needed to be transferred onto another area within this title. I'm not clear on whether that is actually what the rules are or not. If they could they move them to a different title that they have somewhere else?
Through the chair, through the irrigation district, they could likely assign those irrigation acres to another parcel not included in this title. However, in order to make this proposed subdivision compliant with the IDP, those irrigation acres have to be transferred within this existing parcel. So the subdivision approval condition, when it comes forward, will be specific to that 5.8 acre area on the east side of that parcel.
Thank you.
Keith?
So is that whole piece, is that all one chunk that's irrigated? Or is there two different irrigation systems on that chunk? I wonder, like, I'm thinking about taking out the agricultural land out of production. And it's really nothing to me, I guess, how they irrigate it, but, so that in black, that's 2.3 acres?
Through the chair, so what we see on the map in front of us is the bold hatched lining surrounding the outer area of the parcel is the existing agricultural title, which is 56 and some acres in size. And then inwards of that, where we see the black solid line, is the proposed country residential area, which is 5.6 acres. My understanding is that that area on the west side is all under irrigation, and then whether it's likely a wheel move irrigation system that would be installed on the west, and then those new acres assigned to that area.
Michelle?
I guess my question is, if those acres are transferred over to the other side, right now it looks like that's irrigated land that they want to take the 5 acres out of. If they move it over, will they irrigate it, or does the water rights just have to go there? And then they can leave that just sit there? Because they're taking, to me, that's taking agricultural land out of service.
Through the chair, that's a fair point. Through the irrigation district, I guess they could essentially assign the irrigation acres to that area and essentially not utilize them. I don't know that that would be their intention. I think they'd want to make the best use of those irrigation acres that they have. But that would be through the developer to work with the irrigation district on. Our obligation, I think, would be to ensure that irrigation rights aren't being taken out of production resulting from a subdivision, and that we're being cognizant of ensuring that we're retaining those irrigation rights and not seeing them go to other locations.
Shane?
There is a rule. If you don't use them, you lose them in the irrigation. And that, the same as lease land and that. So if the irrigation district finds out they're not using them water rights, they could lose them. Could lose them. So you gotta use them.
Blake?
Wasn't it true they don't, does it have to be reassigned to the rest of this property, or couldn't they just sell it to somebody else to use? It's their water rights, that they could do whatever they want, basically, with that.
That is correct. It is their intention to retain the irrigation rights on their parcel, and they've gotten the preliminary approval through the district. So they've done that on their own fruition. We haven't backed them into a corner to do so. That's their own intentions.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, what you're saying is the planning commission will put that in as a condition that it gets moved from the west side to the east side, and then what happens after that is really nothing to do with us. We can't be telling people, no, you can't, yes, you can in this situation. We make the conditions at this time, and then we're done.
That's correct, through the chair.
So a comment on that. I'm kind of shooken because I don't want to stop anybody from doing anything, but I've been on MPC long enough to know that there's some people on there that are going to say, what the heck, this is farmland, why are we doing this? Our obligation here is to protect farmland. That's what our number one goal, number one statement for Cypress County is. When we sit at this table and we allow this because we say, okay, MPC can deal with it and they can move those water rates around and that, we're the ones in charge. We're the ones that have made that statement that we're supposed to protect farmland. This is a prime example of somebody this is being used, this is being worked, this is something that is in production. I'm sorry for who wants to do it, but in my mind, if this is in production, we should not be taking this out. We should not be allowing this. We shouldn't put it on MPC's shoulder to make that decision to move that stuff over. We're saying, yeah, they can move the water rights over there. This day and age, you can still buy water rights. They could expand this and go bigger with the production. By us doing this and allowing it to go down, we're actually taking farmland out. I feel bad because I know somebody wants to do it, but man, that's what we say is protect, our mandates protect farmland. We are not doing it if we allow this to go through. Robin?
I appreciate what you're saying. I just want to throw in a devil's advocate kind of a position. Dry corners are farmland. They're not irrigated, but they're dry. In this situation, you've got dry land on the other side, you could move the irrigation over to there. I suppose the other question is what size of land do you need to have for it to qualify as farmland? Is 5 acres considered farmable, sustainable, viable, right? If that's the case, do you get into vertical farming? Now all of a sudden, dry areas that are within farm areas that aren't productive could be argued to be productive if, you know, you put in certain kind of facilities. Now you could argue that everything could be technically farmable. So I know, like, I have a quarter section and I can't seem to make money off of that quarter by itself for the life of me. You know, whether you're making bales on 15 acres and, you know, that's supplementing stuff, but they're not making their living on that. I don't know if it's a conversation that needs to be had in the sense of what is defined as farmland or farmable land or agriculture, or at what point do you start protecting and what point do you stop? I don't know, it's a tough one for me. It's similar to having farmers that have companies that come to them to put solar panels on their land. You know, if we have, you know what I mean, though? But like, you have the argument about landowner rights and, you know, their ability to do with their land what they wish, and if they're making way more on you know, solar panels, that's, well, yeah, so is the land that the solar panels go on to, or whatever. I'm just, again, I'm not actually arguing for something specifically, but I am saying that I think that we could go down this rabbit trail a lot further, and if we say if it's farmable or if it's in production that we can't do anything on it, that might really, like, we change a lot of farmland in smaller pieces to country residential.
Ooh, I got more. I don't know which one was first.
So for clarification on my part, my interpretation was we're going with some irrigated land. The water will be moved over to a non-irrigated piece of land. I have a dry corner right beside my place, and other than growing gophers, it doesn't do anything. I mean, I think it's 4 or 5 acres. I don't even think they get one round bale out of it because there's no water. And so that's how I looked at this, was they're not losing any irrigated acres, they're just moving it to another part of that property. Maybe that's wrong, but that's the way I interpret it.
Michelle?
Was there any consideration into moving that 5 acres to the dry land? Like, why didn't they do it like that?
Through the chair, that's a really great question. The issue with the land on the east side for subdivision is that there's no access. It's essentially landlocked because you've got the irrigation canal on the south, you've got a low-lying drainage area on the west, and then you've got CP railway tracks on the south.
That was my mistake. I assumed that was a road, not a railway track.
They aren't going to work it then. Go ahead.
So I'm kind of looking at this and I see there's kind of a creek there in a way. So what is their availability to get the water even over to this dry corner in the first place? I question whether that's even a possibility. So, I mean, yeah, it's fine and dandy to move the acres, but if you don't get the water there, you're not going to use it anyways. And you can, like I said before, you can always turn around and sell them to somebody else.
Through the chair, we did ask the applicant to receive a preliminary approval from the St. Mary's Irrigation District, and they did indicate that it is possible. There was no concerns that were raised. But again, that would be something that would be addressed at the time of subdivision approval. So if there is something that is going to, for some reason, halt that transfer, that subdivision wouldn't be registered without meeting those conditions. So again, that's where we have that safeguard as part of the subdivision before it's created.
But it's not saying that they have to put it in production. It's just moving it over.
Correct. And that's not to say that any landowner in Cypress County can't transfer water rights on their own fruition, right? These landowners could do that without any form of approval from the county, but it's the land use amendment and the subsequent subdivision that's triggering that process.
Robin? Oh, sorry, Keith. No, go ahead, Robin, and then Keith.
So yeah, what Kayleen was just saying, so they could technically take the water rights off of this, make it an unproductive, and then come in and do the same application, and then we're not having the productive versus non-productive. The other thing that I can't help but think is, for the last 2 years, we're pushing for and looking at these IDP amendments in order to make opportunities and options of landowners in this area have more opportunity to do, the kind of development work that they may wish to do in that entire area from our growth area, from the city boundaries down to the 120. It's all agricultural. And so if we don't allow something like this, what's the point of changing the IDP amendment? Because our own rhetoric is basically saying that if it's ag, whether it's allowable in the IDP or not, we're not going to allow it to happen, because that would go against what we've been arguing for the last 2.5 years.
Keith?
Just looking at this map, if they transferred the water rights to the east side and you grow a crop over there, it doesn't look to me like there's any access to remove it. I mean, if access is an issue for even to live where you're going to, what you're going to do with it, I mean, you got to be able to get in and out of there. And I'm going, this doesn't make sense, because you have access on the west side to live there, you have access to remove your crops. And if you can't cross the creek and you can't cross the track and you don't own the land and there's no road allowance, then I go like, yeah, you can transfer the water over there, but what are you going to do with it? That's just my question.
Through the chair, if the landowner opted to, they might make arrangements with the landowner on the east side for access provisions. The trouble is, when we're looking at subdivisions, we have an obligation under the subdivision regulation that we have to provide direct and immediate access to a public roadway. So in this case, there isn't the access to the public road, but if they were looking for access to facilitate their day-to-day farming operations, they might be able to expand that and look at different alternatives.
We gotta stop trying to figure out what the guy's gonna do. He can graze it. There's a lot of guys got pivots and they graze cattle on it. They don't have to get there. So we can't sit here and say, well, he has to grow maybe corn or maybe have a watermelon patch or whatever. It's the water rights. They can do whatever they want with them. And they can sell it, but they're agreeing to move it over. So that's my point, is I'm comfortable with that we're not taking it on that land. We're just transferring, he's just going to transfer the water rights over. What he does with it, that's up to him. We can't sit here and tell him what to do with it.
Well, they. Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Somebody want to move third? Robin's moving third. Vote. It's carried. All right, we will have our delegation that we're 15 minutes late for. We do it to them every time.
We should just schedule them after.
Then we'll be half an hour late there again.
I think we just keep opening that freaking can of goddamn worms over.
Our mandate says do not do that. What's the point of get rid of the prime example mandate, so I don't have to put up with it all the time?
Irrigated fields there.
Yeah.
Well, a little better than usual. We're only 15 minutes late instead of a half an hour.
Michael doesn't get the time. No, just
Good morning, guys. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for having us. So this time, one of the thing that they wanted to kind of bring up with us, they're still talking about the body-worn cameras, but they have started to be rolled out across the country. I don't quite know when Redcliffe's going to get them. We don't even have the docking station yet, so we need that first so that we can download them. But they say they will be throughout the whole country and the province in 12 to 18 months from, I guess this was out in December, so within this year we should see them here in Redcliffe. And then prior to that, there's going to be some communication out to the public, just so that they're not alarmed that now we have body-worn cameras and interactions are going to be recorded and things like that. And there is courses online that members have to take, and it kind of dictates the rules of when they have to be on, when they can be turned off for certain reasons, and things like that. So another public consultation tool that they're bringing out. It's anticipated to be launched in early 2025. I don't have much information about that yet, but what it is that it allows the stakeholders to actually log into this site, and they can provide feedback. It's for transparency, so they can provide some it's kind of one way that they can provide feedback and for their concerns in the community, rather than coming to a meeting or things like that. They can upload it there, and it will get filtered to us as well. So once I have more information about that, I'll get that out as well. With regards to our priorities, so this report is from our second quarter, so it goes back to I guess July 1st to September 30th, so we're a little bit behind. But we saw an increase in property crime over the summer. In several occurrences, members were able to identify those responsible and lay the appropriate charges. One instant, police arrested an individual on outstanding warrants that they found in possession of a stolen vehicle. They were kind of passed out in the vehicle. And from that, they were able to identify that it was from a break and enter in another jurisdiction. We also investigated suspicious vehicles where the driver was found in possession of a large quantity of guns and drugs. And within his property, he had a little, I think we put a media release about that. It was a little pen gun that fired 22 rounds, but it was the size of, like, a pen, and it was a homemade type thing. So that person was arrested, charged, and you have a picture of it? Oh, Rebecca has a picture of it. But we did put that out in the media. And we also had a number of curfew checks, laid appropriate charges where we found them, people in breach of their conditions. And as we always do, we continue with our Southern Alberta District Crime Reduction Unit and the Medicine Police, their criminal analysts, because we're seeing most of the people that are doing the crimes out in the county are doing the same thing in the city and with Brooks and throughout Southern Alberta. So it's a traveling show a little bit. With regards to traffic enforcement and education, during this summer, we still struggled with resourcing issues. We had to cut back on some proactive traffic initiatives, but we still had 3 hard vacancies and 1 soft vacancy during the summer, so that would represent about 1/3 of our workforce for the whole detachment. And then with our Redcliffe and Brooks Traffic Services, they have 4 vacancies out of their 7 members, and 1 member is also seconded, so they only have 2 members working in their 7-member traffic unit right now too, so it's they're sacrificing the traffic unit to help general duty so that we're getting some of those members. We stole 1 of their members over to the general duty side in a transfer, but yeah, so that's hurting them. But during that time, they were able to issue collectively 140 violation tickets. 100 of them were for speeding, 9 for intersection-related charges, 2 other moving violations. 1 was for a railway crossing violation and distracted driving, 3 for seatbelts, 3 no insurance, and 21 non-moving violations. With regards to presence in the rural communities, Rebecca gives more detailed report on that, but our members continue to provide a strong presence in the rural communities, attending a number of public events, enhanced policing duties. I'll let Rebecca fill in on those things. So during this quarter, the community events that we attended, some of the Canada Day stuff, the Medicine Stampede Parade, and within our schools, we still continue to do some education with the CALM classes at Eagle Butte High School with regards to impaired driving, cyberbullying, and distracted driving. And we're continuing again next semester as well. We were able to put on a bike rodeo in Redcliffe during Redcliffe Days. And yeah, the presentations are going to continue. And I'm looking at trying to do some new stuff out in the community at other areas with regards to education, and not just in the schools, just for like general public to come and get educated, say on frauds or different things like that. So once our membership is starting to increase, then we can start getting some of the members out doing that stuff. So some of the things that we did, just to list in the consultations, we attended Canada Day, both celebrations at various places around the county and in Redcliffe and Medicine Hat. Stampede Parade, as I mentioned. Yeah, and the other stuff that I mentioned about the Eagle Butte High School. Some of the statistics that we had, so there was a 38% decrease during the same quarter of 2023 in overall crimes. There was a 31%, sorry, I lost my place here. So persons crimes were increased by 41%. However, property crimes had dropped by 45%. So this was caused, and one of the anomalies in our statistics, there was 350% increase in uttering threats files that we investigated. And that could have been how members classify stuff. It depends how they put it in our records management system. All other areas had decreased. Property crimes had a 45% decrease over the last year. And overall, over the kind of the whole year period, we had a 44% increase in property crime. So that quarter itself had a 45% decrease, but overall the whole year there was a 44% increase in property crimes. So depending on the quarter and where we had certain individuals that were at large in the public committing those crimes, and then we would locate them, arrest them, get them into custody. The crime seems to stop for a while. They get out and crimes increase again. Suspicious vehicle, yeah, I already mentioned the one that we stopped where there was drugs and firearms. And at the time of this report, the person was still in custody. I believe they are released now. We had a 50% increase for call volumes in false alarms, a 50% increase in abandoned 911 calls, a 12% increase in suspicious vehicles reported, which I always say is a good thing if people are noticing suspicious activity and they call us. And we had a 100% decrease in people reported missing, although we did have a couple of missing persons searches this summer. And 11% increase in domestic violence related calls. So during that period, with our established members, as I said before, we're supposed to have on the provincial side 7 established positions. 5 officers were currently working. That included 1 corporal and 4 constables. No one was on special leave, and we had 2 hard vacancies at that time. The report here says it's anticipated that we're going to get some members. I can update you that as of December, we got 1 member who has about 12 years experience transferred into Redcliffe detachment. We have a new cadet starting tomorrow, and in another week we have another new cadet starting. So as of the end of January, we will have no vacancies on paper. So we only have 1 soft vacancy, and that should be rectified probably by between now and April. So if things keep going on this trajectory, we should have no vacancies come summer. But I've been saying that for 3 years, and something happens, so I'm not knocking on wood that we keep on this trajectory, and that should make our summer a lot better. Out of the 2 established positions of public servants, they are both working full-time. Other than that, if there's any questions from you guys, I would...
Blaine?
Yeah, I just wondering, I've heard a little bit of a rumor or talk that the sheriffs are maybe going to take a bigger role in patrolling the outlying areas. Is that true, or what have you?
We haven't got any direction on that yet. There's always the stuff we hear in the media and what's going on, and a bigger kind of position when it comes to, I saw some advertisements for jobs, like the patrols along the border, but we haven't been notified about any of that stuff yet. I know the other day we were, during some bad weather, they helped us out with some collisions and took those. So they're always there to help us out, and we can ask for their assistance, but we haven't had any guidance whether they were going to be kind of doing anything proactively, other than the, kind of their traffic enforcement that they do now.
Robin?
Yeah, actually, just further to Blaine's question about that, it was interesting because this morning, south on the Eagle Butte, 7:30, there was a sheriff had pulled somebody over. I've never seen them on the Eagle Butte at all since we've been out there in 13 years. So that was going to be one of my questions as well, is are they taking more of an active presence out there? Because I've never seen that before, ever. So just kind of curious.
Yeah, I know their Band-Aid is the traffic enforcement, and it doesn't just include Highway 1. They can go anywhere in the county or any county roads or, you know, municipal in towns. So it depends on what their patrol plan is for them, but.
Lloyd?
Well, I haven't seen the sheriffs out there, but I've seen Rebecca out there, that's for sure. I was just gonna ask, how's the break-ins in Elkwater? Any luck on any of them?
Most of those, there was no witnesses, no cameras, nothing that we could pinpoint, some down to a specific person. We know there's been an increase in a couple of them over the last couple of months, and I have a suspicion of might who have been involved in them, but obviously we can't, we don't lay charges based on just the suspicion, but yeah, we're still looking into them, but we don't have any evidence pointing towards a single person. And we have, with the assistance of Medicine Hat Police, they had arrested one of our prolific offenders recently, and there may be other ones out there. So at the end of this month, I have another meeting starting in February where there's a crime reduction project that's going to be happening here in Cypress and Red Cliff area. With regards, it's called Data to Action. So it's a bunch of analyzed kind of where property crimes are occurring, and we're going to get an influx of some members with our crime reduction unit to do some initiatives to kind of identify some of these people, get them into custody, because we do have a few of them that are at warrant status right now from property crimes that we were able to identify. So once we get more meetings and that gets put into motion, then I'll be able to update a little bit more on the findings and what happens out of that project, but that starts in February.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And Al is new here. Shook your hand, and maybe we'll get to meet again and lunch or something. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So July. Nope. Yeah, we're starting in July. I did the Heritage Gather grand opening for both rodeos. I was not, even though I was in Ottawa and was reviewed or whatever, given permission to ride. My horse has not been yet, so unfortunately I was not able to ride in the grand opening in my uniform and stuff. We had something set up for fall. Somebody was going to come out and evaluate my horse and bring me my tack, but that didn't happen. So hopefully in spring, and I'll be able to actually ride my horse in the something like that. Lock it or lose it campaign has found a few more vehicles, 7 unlocked with keys inside, 2 unlocked with no keys visible, and 2 locked vehicles, but with no valuables that I could see inside. See, August did the urban parade, and again, just looking out for vehicles, 2 unlocked with keys, none were locked. Obviously out of those 2. September, did the toy run again, led the parade of over 1,000 bikers from Irvine to the Medicine Hat Stampede grounds. So that's always interesting. The sheriffs were able to help me out with that. I think I had 2 or 3 sheriffs that were able to assist on blocking some traffic and stuff along Highway 1. The Schuler Rust and Shine Day, where I like to go help serve breakfast there for donations with Councillor Mackenzie to raise funds, I guess, for Halo. And I did lead the little bike parade in Schuler. I think it was the third annual bike parade, so that was nice. It was a little bit smaller this year. I think there was something else going on nearby in one of the towns. There were lots. Yeah.
Every community had something going on.
Yeah, so it was a little bit smaller, a little bike parade, but it all went good, no mishaps. Maybe lost a few balloons. Let's see here, October, starting to help out with cattle moves again. Eagle Butte High School. I did the impaired goggle things where they can put them on, they can have a choice of you looking through them, which is supposed to resemble you being impaired by drugs or by alcohol. There's two different goggles, and then they have to do this little course on the floor. That's provided by Alberta Health. Is that Alberta Health? Yeah. So that's always fun. High school kids always have fun at that. DARE started, a 7-person school, 30 students in grade 6 there, and Schuler School. We put together 5, 6, and 7s for a total of 30 kids there. Just going to be actually finishing both of those up here right away, and I'll be starting Irvin. Checking Cabin Lake for squatters in the area. I think there's been just a bit of a increase in a bit of squatters around Cypress County and Redcliffe especially, and stuff like that. So just keep an eye out for stuff like that doesn't start happening there. Assistant search manager for the missing hunter south of Elkwater. Had a good ending. Obviously, we found him, and everything was good. And see, Christmas. I was sick, actually, unfortunately, the last kind of week in December. I'd missed a couple of Christmas concerts that I wanted to attend, and I was going to give out the prizes. I had a coloring contest for Rose Glen Colony for their kids, for the grade 1, 2s, and 3s, and it was quite a hit there. Again, I wish somebody could come with me when I go there because those kids are just so thrilled to see me. So I was going to hand out their awards for that night, for that day, for their Christmas concert, but I was sick, so I just did that a couple of weeks ago. But I got permission to give them, I bought them, I don't know, $30 or so. There's about 10 of them of candy. I hung them, first of all, I hung them in the detachment staff room with a little grid. And I said, pick, everybody that goes into the detachment staff room there for lunch or coffee to pick their favorites. And so that was done there. And then I awarded the first, second, and third place and got permission to give them, actually, I just purchased off Amazon medals for second, third place. And then I gave them all each bag of candies, which included these big, huge jawbreakers that they were thrilled about. So that was good. I think now the older grades won a coloring contest, so I'll have to think of something a bit harder for them. Let's see, I have started doing a Rural Crime Watch report, which is, I try to do it weekly depending, but I kind of send in, Bassano does it, Brooks does it, the surrounding towns do it with Rural Crime Watch. They do it a bit different. I kind of try to stick to what is important to Cypress County, I guess, or not, putting in accidents or MVCs or stuff like that. Just something notable that the county might want to be aware of in the hamlet. So I've been doing that, and I think that's been going over really well. People like to read what's going on there. And well, I'll toot my horn, I guess. Yeah, I was actually just pulled over on the side of the road, and I was chatting on a phone, helping somebody out, and that had, something to talk about. And from 7 persons, and as I was chatting away, a vehicle had pulled up behind me and had just stopped, basically. And so I could see in my mirror that what they were doing, they pulled off the side of the road, they pulled into approach. And I mean, I was far enough away, but not close enough to for sure know, but I thought I seen the top of a rifle move in the vehicle. I was not sure, but that's what I thought I saw. And so I called for backup, and in the meantime, person was parked close to a yard, and they walked to a farmyard. And at that point, I wasn't, I didn't know whether he had anything on him or whatever. But he started walking back to the vehicle. Of course, there was no way I was going to let him back to that vehicle, so I ended up arresting him, and he was on warrants for multiple weapons charges. And yes, there was 2 guns in the vehicle, which he was prohibited from having due to the other charges previously when he was out and about, and suspended driver, and no insurance, no registration, all that kind of fun stuff. And he was, well, one of the calls prior, he was involved in MVC where he rolled, and there were some gun weapons in there. And since then, he's been in the hospital and has a halo type thing. And so after multiple weapons charges, warrants, many weapons charges, that person has been released because maybe they don't, maybe they don't want him to hurt himself in jail. I'm not sure with the halo. So he's back, and we're going to get him back in, held for another, probably, JR with justice, and maybe they'll be released again because he's got a halo. I'm not sure what, how this stuff happens, but yeah, I'll toot my horn on that one. It was a really good, call. It took me off the road for a few days for sure, trying to put that all together and get things all ready. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. Am I missing anything? Got everything covered? Yeah, I can.
It'll be easy to spot now anyhow.
Yeah. So, and oh yeah, I found a boat. Yeah, just a kind of weird thing to find in the middle of Cypress County in the ditch with no water around. But it has not been reported stolen, or the motor had not been able to locate the owners after.
Good work, Rebecca, and I do like your reports
Oh,
that
thank
you
you.
give to the Royal Crime Watch.
Thank you.
They're to the point, and like you guys said, we don't need to know about the collisions or whatever, but you are putting in there where there's been break-ins and everything, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Richard?
I'm going to make a quick comment too. About a week and a half ago, I had a coffee with the ratepayer, and part of it, was Elkwater break-ins and stuff, but also it was said that they were watching our budget discussions, and we talked about the fact that how much money it is for the RCMP, and were we upset about it? And I said, well, we don't care for the numbers, but I said I have trouble with it only because when we came on board back 10 or 12 years ago, it was just over $100,000, and now we're up to $1 million. But we realize that you have no control over that. So if we kind of put on a sad face or say something when we're discussing RCMP services, the cost at budget time, it's no disrespect to the detachment, okay? It's just that it's gone so much, and we realize it's federal government's probably dumping on us, not there, but I mean, we would be totally lost without you out there, and we realize that there's a lot of times, just like with Rebecca saying, that person could have taken that gun and tried to do you some harm. So we really appreciate you and what you do. Okay.
Thanks. Oh, any questions for me, or everything's good?
I have a comment for you.
Okay.
Last night, we had a community association AGM for Schuler, and I was asked to ask you if you would be interested in running a bike rodeo sometime this coming year
Oh, of course.
out there and teaching the kids safety and all this stuff. And so you can I can let you know who you're supposed to talk to or whatever, but
Okay.
it was brought up last night, and I figured I better say something before I forget.
Oh, yeah. Well, I did forget to mention Hilda AGM. How's that with you too?
Yes, you were.
All right.
Okay. Well, we're going to have lunch in 20 minutes. You guys, again, are welcome to stay and have it with us, but we got a few things to get through until then, so stick around and we'll sit around with you and chat. Thank you very much for your presentation.
No foot pursuits.
I have a hard time, he's probably trying to keep up with my.
7.2. Joe, we gotta put names on this, so I need to know who to yell at.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-01, Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. The IDP is a long-range planning document that establishes a framework for attracting and coordinating economic opportunity, managing growth, land use and subdivision and development within mutual areas of interest. We have done a significant amendment to the IDP, and with council passing first reading for bylaw 2025-01 here this morning, a public hearing will be set for Thursday, February 5th at 6:30 p.m. at the Medicine Hat College.
5th, or was it the 12th?
12th, I think, or what, that's what's in here.
My apologies, February 12th.
Richard's moving it. First reading, does anybody have any comments on it before it goes? I know normally I don't ask, but this is a pretty big one. Everybody read it, if they have any comments or not. Richard?
Was it our staff that put this all together? This, what's the word I'm looking for? The report. Did you guys do that?
The IDP, yes, was a collaborative effort between Cypress County staff, Joe, myself, and Becky, and then also through staff at Town of Redcliffe and City of Medicine Hat. So all done internally.
I want to compliment you on it. It was easy to understand, well thought out. I mean, I've read some of this stuff before, but I really appreciate how you did it, and I think that it'll be great for anybody that wants to follow it. This is very informative, so good job.
We're happy to hear it, and the readability is a big factor in these plans, so we appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
I was actually going to say something very, very similar, so what he said.
All right, have a motion on the floor for first reading. Vote. That's carried. 7.3, Kayleen.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-02 is submitted by Monroe Surveys on behalf of Tim and Anna Schottner, and the request is to reclassify a 6.5 acre parcel from agricultural IDP to Country Residential Limited IDP District. The public hearing would be set for February the 4th, and the recommendation is that council pass first reading.
Michelle? Michelle's moving first. Vote. Carried. 7.4. Joe?
Yeah, so you guys move faster than my fingers could move here. Just catching up, but essentially our reports are slightly shifted around now, where we're splitting out the different service areas within the county administration staff. So I'd like to present the report as presented. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to field them.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Lloyd?
I just have one, maybe it's kind of early. Did we ever fill that Walsh position for the transfer site out there?
I'm sorry, I think the transfer sites fall within Ken's purview under Public Works.
Through the chair, yes, we did.
Where did that go?
Yeah, we put it out the tender like our existing tenders that are extendable beyond 1 year. And if they agree to the existing rates that we have in place, but if they don't, then we go out for public tender.
Yeah, carried over. Okay. Any other questions? Since Lloyd has a question for the wrong department, he can move the... Lloyd's moving the report. Did you have something?
No.
Vote. That's carried. 8.1, corporate services.
Ready first, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
So first up, we'd like you're seeing brought back the establishment of reserve bid and tax auction from December 5th. So that list that was brought was in error. The parameters entered into the system produced a report. However, after an additional review, we now have the correct list, so that one's on me. The recommended motion will be that council rescind the December 5th resolution 2024-494. Second recommended motion is that council set the terms and conditions of the 2025 property tax auction, and those will be the same as set in December 3rd. And that council set the reserve bids for the 2025 property tax auction as per the schedule in the request for decision in the attachment.
Okay, can I get a motion for the first one? Robin? You have anything to add or just a motion?
Oh, I believe that as requested, the motion is to rescind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, there we go, to rescind the first one, all right? Any questions on it? Vote. Jeez.
Okay?
Maybe.
Should have a brownie with peanuts in it.
Walnuts would be quicker. Okay, so now I'm looking for motion for the second part. Council sets the terms and conditions for the 2025 property tax recovery auction as is. The sale is completed upon. Everybody's reading it. I'm not finishing it. Keith is doing that. Is there any questions on this before we vote? Not seeing any? Vote. Carried. Now I need one for the third one. Michelle? Council sets the reserve bids on the 2025 property tax recovery auction as per the attached Schedule A from these. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. Okay, 8.2, capital update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, we're happy to present the 2024 capital budget update. It's a collective effort between the Director Jacobs of Public Works and the Finance and Accounting Supervisor. We're happy to answer any questions. Recommended motion is for council to receive the 2024 capital budget update for information.
Somebody want to make that, or somebody have a Shane's making the motion? You have a question?
Through the chair to Mr. Jacobs. Was on Dunmore, Charles Street, additional costs were incurred. Was it substantial or not too bad? Can we get an update on what the extra was?
Through the chair, as construction occurred, the subgrade proved to have topsoil in the grade. So it was one of the unknowns. We did do some preliminary investigation to determine the subsoil characteristics, to determine the structure for the road, and additional effort was required during that process as removal of the topsoil and stabilize the base to support the new load with geotextiles. So additional costs were incurred for that unforeseen item.
Okay. Got another one.
Of course.
I see it has been tendered and awarded the demolition of the old Irvin Library. Were we pretty close to what we expected, or what?
Through the chair,
I
yes,
guess
we
we
had,
could know the cost because it's been awarded.
yeah, through the chair. We had 4 bids. They were all relatively within, right around the same area. The low bid was by Arts Excavating, and through that bid, the work is limited to the removal of the building completely and get it back to greenfield with backfill granular base to support a paved structure for parking, 2 parking stalls at that location. The 2 parking stalls are not part of this bid, and we were, out of that 150,000, we were at about just shy of 50,000 on the tender of the building, so we have enough room to complete that area as part of the project.
Anybody else have any questions? Not seeing any. Shane's made the motion to accept the capital budget, or update, sorry, capital budget. Vote. No, you made the motion. Yeah, it does. 8.3.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Presenting the December 2024 operating update and AP listings for both November and December. Recommended motion is that council receive the December 2024 operating financial update for information. And again, there was one, I had someone pointed out it would be on page 122. It repeats that these are the November expenses, and then again it says November expenses. So on the top of page 122, the 2nd November should read December.
Okay, thank you. Well, at least it's not a number involved, it's just a date.
Through the chair, I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Shane?
Yeah, I actually have no questions because due to computer error problems last night, I didn't get a chance to review all this. So you're off the hook for this month.
Okay, on that note, Shane's making that motion. That's the first time he's ever been quiet on this. So. Any other questions? Vote. It's carried. 8.4.
Again, I'm having the, through the chair, I'm having the same concerns as Councillor, Director Cartwright, is that I now have 100 pages to scroll through. So next up, I believe, is the Director's report for the corporate services area. I'm happy to take any questions on it if there's any. Thank you, Les.
Any questions for Mr. Taves? Boy, you're getting off easy today, aren't you? Don't say anything, Paul. We haven't got it passed yet. Blaine's moving your report? Any questions? Not seeing any? Vote. It's carried. Thank you, guys. Ken's going, oh no, mine's not going through now. 9.1, Public Works.
Yes, through the chair. The first item in here is we received 2 correspondence related to the Highway 3 twinning project from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. The first correspondence was the letter with the summary of the results from the 2 open houses held in Medicine, one out in Medicine Hat and 7 persons. The comment in there was the The attendance was quite a bit in 7 persons, almost twice as much as the city of Medicine Hat, which is quite a good turnout. But some of the comments in here, they wish that it wasn't in harvest season at the time of that, so some missed that during that time. In general, reading the letter, the couple of the highlighted points, they address the concerns in 7 persons, the concerns with service roads along the highway, dust with that, removing good farmland, the alignment that goes through the city. There was some concerns about that and some feedback. Also concerned or support the safety improvements along the highway, some concerns about the reduction of the access points to the highway and that's going to affect some agricultural operations. So they indicated in another letter, which I included as an email correspondence in here, just with some timing update from the director, Southern Regional Director. There will be, near the end of summer, there'll be another public house opening for the preliminary stage, so they won't move into detailed to stage likely until fall or after the next preliminary meeting. They will be conducting surveys along the highway and will stay within the right-of-way to avoid any concerns with the neighboring properties. And if they are having to go on properties, they will have all the agreements in place by doing so, whether they're hydrovacing or people boots on the ground during the preliminary stage. So that is the report. They wanted to provide the comments from the open house prior to going on their website to council. So after this, I'll let them know that council has been informed and they will likely proceed to posting. Any other questions related to the correspondence?
Thank you, Ken. Any questions?
No, I'm glad they're having a good re-look at this whole section from Medicine Hat to, say, past 7 persons. Because it's a really unique piece because it is on an angle, affects so many people. And I'm glad they're having a better look at it. I hope if they have another open house, one of the concerns that was brought up last time is with one of the people doing the presentations at one of them boards, was asked how many times they drove that highway, to have a look. And their response was, this was the first time I've been on it was today. So they had no experience. When you're at the deal showing what's happening, they actually had no experience of knowing what the highway really looks like. So that'll be good to see that they're gonna have another good look at it, and I'm glad to see it.
Any other questions? Shane received that for information then. Vote. Richard. All right, lunch is here, so we have guests out there, so we'll break for lunch. 12:30, we'll be back. The new person at the helm, 'cause
None of them work?
There we go, okay. Welcome back, everyone. Our Reeve had an appointment this afternoon, so he's gone and I'll take over. We're gonna go to item number 9.2, which is Dunmore snow removal request. I'm not sure who's taking that. Ken, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Last week, Reeve Hamilton received a request from a resident in Dunmore requesting snow removal services from the cul-de-sac area located on East 6th Avenue. The resident's daughter is in a wheelchair bound, and the snowfall of 3 inches or more has caused the resident's van to become stuck, and the van's lift could not be lowered to remove the daughter to return to the home for safety purposes. The excerpt from the emailed letter, which is found in the council package, she is requesting that council consider an exemption for those who are in cul-de-sacs that are wheelchair bound so that their snow be cleared for safety reasons. Heavy snowfalls would be a must for clearing snow, such as 3 centimeters or 3 inches or more. So I made a couple comments here on our current level of service within the hamlets, and in general, our snow and action for our ice plan, our snow and ice plan. So with cul-de-sacs and hamlets, we have a combination of rural cross-section cul-de-sacs where we have ditches and approaches to residents around the cul-de-sac, and as well the newer areas we have curb and gutter where we don't have ditches for snow storage. So cul-de-sacs are a little bit of a pinch point where to remove the snow effectively, we would have to hire staff to go in with trucks and load it up. And this has been done in the past for major snow events in hamlets such as Desert Bloom. And talking with public works staff that have been around for a while, they count about 3 times in the last 25 years that has happened. And they recalled the cost of that to do the full removal of the snow in curb and gutter situations like Desert Bloom, where it's more urban, like that cost around $30,000 in that shot. So when we do have a major event, we do follow our current snow policy, snow and ice control policy, which we have levels set up. And as we know, level 1 is hard surfaces, like examples like the 120 and Eagle Butte Road and Black and White receive those ones first. And when those ones are done, they move to level 2, which is the residential subdivisions in our country residential subdivisions, and level 2 gravel roads that could be considered an important collector from the local roads. And then down to hamlets and recreational trails. So at this stage, it's usually a day or two once those first 2 priorities are down. By that time, we've been really lucky in the last couple of years, we haven't had significant snow to deal with within hamlets. So they usually gets tracked down where people turn around and get out, so we haven't had that problem. If we were to utilize plow trucks, we could be creating wedges along the side on people's property. We just don't have the place to store the snow in cul-de-sacs. So my recommendation is that we deny the request and uphold the current policy as it stands, because it is effective and efficient policy that we have right now, which is an attack plan on snow and ice control. And it's been in place for 3 years or 2 years since the last update, and it's important that we have a system in place like this policy plan to give our people the right tools, the right communication to the public, and how they work together is an orchestrated ordeal. Like it is constant, going from one road to another in the area and working together as a team as it goes down to the hamlets. So when we do see, like I mentioned, significant snow issues, and we're down in the hamlets, we'll spend our time in the post-event, once we reach down to kind of clean up areas and make sure our drainage culverts are clear. A lot of residents plow their snow off their driveway into the culverts, so that's something we spend a lot of time maintaining, steaming out culverts and runoff. But like this instance where we had this last week, where we had the snow load come down throughout the whole county, we were very busy for a good 3 days, and then we got the pouring rain on Friday. So you can imagine right back up to the top, our priority. So we're just coming back down to that now. So that's it for what I have to present today, and to open it up for discussion if anybody's got any questions.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion or start? Then we can discuss. Robin?
Sure. I will make the recommended motion to deny, based on the fact that I do believe, and I agree with you, Ken, that the system that we have is good. As a supplement to that, I guess what I wanted to maybe open up for a brief discussion is, I know that there is funding that we have, or there's programs that we have, and I may need some refreshers from staff on where we access this, but if somebody is disabled and needs a cab, and I believe that, I remember that there's opportunities for them to access funding and support, whether that be through FCSS, whether it's through a local grant. I know that if I have my driveway is all rutted up, I can call in and say, hey, I'd like to hire the county to come in. Perhaps we can have something that, we can direct people to a fund that exists, and maybe they could go on a list. Like, it's not going to be like they're going to be listed as #1 priority on our snow clearing. And snow removal and snow moving is different things too, right? Like, we're not loading it up and hauling it out. I think that we want to stay that, as we are, but I would be open to have the discussion on whether or not there would be a small fund that would be allocated or created that people could call in, and if they meet the criteria, that they could get put on a list, or have a list of local companies that could come in and gain them access, and they have a basic subsidy maybe that helps with something like that. It's an idea, just throwing it out there, but as far as the presentation goes, I'll make that motion as recommended.
Okay, anybody else? Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with this. I don't think we should change our level of service for one person, and then that will set a precedent for every other cul-de-sac in our hamlets. And I'm pretty sure there is, through FCSS, through here, that you can call a cab and they'll come out and get you. So there are other options that they could use besides us going in there and removing the snow.
Anybody else? Lloyd?
Well, I don't think the cab's gonna work if she needs a lift. And that, I do agree with you, but I would like us to try and do something. What, I don't know. I don't know, I suppose there's no other way to clean it safely besides a truck and a piece of heavy equipment, I'm gathering.
Through the chair. Yeah, it all depends on how much snow there is we get. As far as if it's 3 inches, and it's usually, like I said, tracked down at that time, and you can get through no problem. When we're talking a foot, then our plan has to change and to deal with access, and clearing that out. So at that time, those events we have to deal with separately.
Thank you. Shane?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Lloyd. You can't, what you do for one, you got to do for all. So it's hard to recognize to other people that say, well, how come you're just digging out their driveway? What about mine? What about mine? What about mine? What about mine? And flooded with calls. I know what you're getting at, but you got to think of the whole. What about the cul-de-sac down at Irvin? All over the place. We have a good policy in place. I think we should follow it. I know we can't for everybody, I know what you're getting at, but you can't.
Go ahead, Lloyd.
Yeah, all because you're helping somebody else out that medically needs it for medical purposes and for a better quality of life, and someone wants their cul-de-sac done just because you're doing it. There are exceptions to the rule. We don't have to follow the rules 100% of the time when there's exceptions. This is an exception. I do agree that if it can't be done in time for her, then there's no use doing it, like 3 or 4 days later or something like that, if the snow's gonna be down. I'm just saying I would like to see, as Robin suggested, but if we could somehow come up with an idea to help her out, but I don't know what that idea would be. You know.
Keith? Go ahead. I feel for their situation, but I guess in thinking about it, I know several people that are in wheelchairs in other hamlets. And what do we do for them? You know, we don't make anything. And, you know, I've known of people that are, you know, they're handicapped that way. They don't have the mobility to even shovel their own walk. And I go, like, what is our responsibility? And we can't do it for, I mean, how many disabled people would we have to do this for? And I'm not sure how you would accomplish that without a tremendous cost. I mean, yeah, I understand there's a situation, but I don't see that the county can help every one of these, you know, every case.
Robin?
I'm going to ask a question to our new leader over there. In your time in municipal government, does the province have any kind of a ministry that works with, I'm thinking like vulnerable sector, people with disabilities? I don't know what the names of all the ministries are right now, but I'm just kind of curious if there is any kind of potential grants that are out there for vulnerable sector. Because like, to create a small program, if there's access to provincial funding, may be something that works. If there's not, I don't think that it really fits within our purview. You know, social programming within municipal government is really based on the appetite of the municipal government. And so if we want to provide something, I don't know that we necessarily are going to go out and fund it, but if there is something that exists that might help to support vulnerable sector, you know, maybe it works just to send it back and do a little bit of light research to see if something like that might exist. But I'm just curious if you've seen anything like that before.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to council, I'm not aware of anything, nor have I ever been aware of any programs that were specific to that. I think that has always been handled by FCSS, the FCSS provincial board, and then obviously in the regions. There have been grants from the province for community transportation, seniors transportation. Some money has been available in the past for busing, but nothing that I'm specifically aware of that would go straight to what we would call the vulnerable sector. The problem with the vulnerable sector would be then in the definition, and so in this particular case, although I'm not 100% familiar with it, you know, a member of the household is mobility challenged. We would have to create a criteria by which those funds would be passed around through the municipality. So everybody in a wheelchair, and then what about the senior who's still in their own home, maybe even on the farm? Would we then be doing that for driveways, you know, for a senior who's, you know, in a remote area with a quarter-mile or a mile-long driveway to get to the farmhouse or the ranch house? The problem here becomes in building that criteria and that level of service that council would like to see. I think if you go down that road, you'll find that any money that may be potentially available from the province is probably eclipsed by the level of service that council would consider providing. But we'll certainly look into it, but I don't think there's anything that exists currently.
I think your comments put my thought to rest. Thank you.
Blaine?
I agree that we should stay with the policy that we have. You know, as Ken alluded to, how busy things can get. Back to the individual that is in crisis here. Most of these areas all have community associations, and I would suggest that they would reach out to their community associations to see if there's any way that they could help them, whether it's through financially or mobility, and to address the situation.
Okay, I will make a couple of comments. Over the years, we've had phone calls from some people that live in the rural areas, whether it's a school teacher, a nurse, a doctor, and they're saying, I need my road plowed by 7 o'clock in the morning so I can get to work. And what we've fallen back on was the fact that you need a four-wheel drive in your family, and if the four-wheel drive can't get through, you need to phone in and just say you can't make it. And basically that's what's got to happen in our hamlets. And if the road needs to be packed down before your vehicle, which is not a four-wheel drive, can get through, that's so be it. If it's an emergency, I know the ambulance is set up different. It's got the chains that drop down on the tires. Anyway, they can go through a lot of things. Sometimes you just have to cancel your appointments and stay home. And the other part is I represent Desert Bloom. We don't have any snow removal. And it's not even part of it until I guess when the school buses can't get through and or the people are high centered on the ruts in the road, that's when I would make my request for Desert Bloom. But this last snowfall that we had, it was 8 inches plus. There was no snow removal. It ended up getting packed down. Yeah, it was bumpy and rough, but people made it work. There was probably numerous people that couldn't travel for that first day, maybe even the second day. But it would be an unbelievable amount of money to try and keep up with this, because as Ken has expressed his opinion, it's all load and haul, and that's like $3,000 or $4,000 an hour. Doesn't take long. So anyway, we'll do the best we can. My heart goes out to this lady that got stuck. Let's just hope it doesn't happen again. So, all right. So we have a motion to, I gotta deny, vote please. Okay, that was carried. Item 9.3, Public Works update. Ken, I guess you're still in the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair. I have included my update in the council package. I wanted to highlight some of the points that stand out for this last period. Very busy on the roads the last couple of weeks with the pouring rain on Friday into 8 inches of snow. So we've been all over the place, but things are looking really good right at the moment. On the construction side, we have many bridge-funded projects that are on the go and are getting started again. So I encourage people to pay attention to the road detour messaging that we have going out, and be patient with and follow all traffic signs for those. We had some interest, and I met with our Director Cartwright here at the Dunmore Fire Hall renovation project for a pre-tender meeting, and we were quite surprised how many contractors were interested in that. I think we counted about 30 individuals at that renovation project, so we're looking forward to the results on the 23rd on that. As far as the 2025 capital program, we're well ahead of schedule, with council approving 10% of the engineering in the previous years. We have got a mile ahead getting projects ready and getting them out to door efficient time, and right when contractors are really looking, and so we can get the best price possible for our work. So Yeah, as far as the public, to keep attention on our postings on our website for our projects, and there'll be many coming up in the next month or two. Another project point was the utilities. Under utilities, the Desert Bloom plant piping upgrade has been successfully completed. There's some pictures in the report showing some of the internal piping. One of the key things is we changed the design to include a bypass. So when we do have to do major work inside the plant, we can turn on the bypass and get the work without any interruption to the residents for their water. Included the energy project update, and I'll include a map here every report, but it lists out all the current wind and solar projects in the area, and it gives you an idea where they are. And right now there's not a lot going on our roads, but we do have wild roads going on that our industry coordinator has been busy inspecting roads and making sure that they're following on their road use agreements. And that is my report. Is there any questions?
Okay. Robin, do you want to make a motion?
Sure.
And then you can have the floor, please.
Well, yeah, I guess motion to approve and or to receive for information. The question I have is with the road use agreements for, say, Wild Rose or for some of those out by me, my understanding is that most of the heavy traffic is supposed to be coming down the black and white and across the 102. What about vehicles that, like, is it a certain weight that determines what traffic goes that way? Like the Eagle Butte is a freeway every morning and every evening right now. Yeah, it's a freeway. And I have seen some heavier equipment coming southbound on the Eagle Butte. I'm just kind of curious as to what criteria they need to meet in order to be subject to that road use agreement.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, as far as the road use agreement, we have a heavy haul and general haul of our general construction traffic route to follow. And we've been directing most of that to the provincial highway and keeping it on Highway 41 going south. And then going off into our roads where they have paid a security on those portions of the roads for damages. As far as the Eagle Butte Road, we understand there's so many subcontractors and there is a lack of communication that we have struggled with getting that point across to our industry developers on staying on their routes. And it's a constant being out there early, taking messages off of trucks, approaching them. So it's definitely, we're doing our due diligence on trying to not enforce, but trying to collect the information to make the proper direction to the industry.
That's good. Shane? And then,
Well, one thing you could do is like Strathcona County with the sand and gravel. Them gravel trucks go off the haul route, they got the right to come and shut down the gravel pit. Shut down the project. Who's ever in charge of that project will get word out to their subs in a real hurry. And that's one way to do it. Number two, on your bridge file 80385,
what page is it?
Page 10 to 12, just
034.
page 208.
208, okay, thank you.
It's really nice to see that we are using the right type of erosion fabric that is biodegradable instead of using a silt fence that does nothing except the mowers hit it and then all the plastic blows around in the wind and all over everybody's fields. So it's I give a big thumbs out that you guys are using the right, I feel, the proper erosion fabric there that is biodegradable. Number two, next page. Just curious, is that now becoming big plastic culverts instead of galvanized steel? Are they, to me, are they plastic?
Through the chair, no, they're poly-coated. That's something, there's the galvanized steel pipes as usual, but these ones are coated. We've had, we started doing these about 3 years ago, coating the culverts because our soils in the area are hard on metal, and we're finding the rust coming through, and that's where they're failing. By adding the extra coating on this protects and increases the life of the culvert. So, you know, the proof will be out there in, let's say, 50 years when we have to do it, but that is the general practice of Alberta Transportation, and an option in the design that we feel that is a valuable benefit for our soils in the area.
Good idea, no, perfect. Okay, no, that was good, yeah.
Okay.
Keith?
Good questions.
Yeah, just to the chair, going back to Shane's comment on the wind and solar guys using the roads, my limited experience is they don't listen. You can catch them off right away, you can stop them, you can talk to them, and they're right back at it 3 hours later. And I feel the same as Shane. Hey, get tough with them. Hey, they've got a contract. You signed a road agreement. Like, who? And I see it on the major roads. They've taken 30 years out of our road in a matter of 6 months, and everybody thinks it's just fine because we don't have to fix the road yet. And I go, no, you've got a contract, you've got an agreement, you made the agreement, and I think it's time to get a little tougher. That's my opinion, because they just don't listen. Some guys are. I stopped one guy one day. Well, no speaking English. No speaking English. And I go like, come on now. That's not a good excuse. So, you know, like I'm with Shane on this one. Like, get a little tougher if you can, because it's our roads, and we will be left to pick up the tab.
Okay.
Especially if they're going off straightaway.
Thanks, guys. If there's no other questions, we have a motion on the floor to accept the Public Works update as information. Robin made that. All in favor? Vote, please. You had a question? Sorry. Sorry, Lloyd. Yep, too late. We're going to carry on. We're on 10.1, new policy, ADM 6, digital signatures. And I think Al's looking after that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. This particular request for decision is regarding a new policy for digital signatures for council's consideration. Upon review, it was noted, and I'll be honest, I'll say I noted, that we don't have a policy for the use of electronic signatures. It just does not exist in Cypress County. Section 213.5 of the Municipal Government Act states that a signature may be reproduced by any method if so authorized by council, therefore to be aligned with provincial legislation. A draft policy is before you for your consideration. The reference to the strategic plan is through a balanced financial strategy, and again, MGA 213.5. And our recommendations that council approves policy ADM 6 electronic signatures as presented. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, Michelle?
I will move that we adopt this policy. We just did one for our seniors facility too the other day, and it's the same thing. That mail strike stopped them from paying things because we didn't have a policy on electronic signatures. And now we do, and so I'm all for this.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? No? Lloyd? Okay, vote, please. I don't want him thinking he was being ignored, but. Okay, we're on 10.2, meeting with Minister of Municipal Affairs. Al, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. This particular request for decision is regarding a request we received or a general email that was sent out to most municipalities regarding a potential of a meeting with Minister of Municipal Affairs at RMA in March. Municipal Affairs extended the invitation for potential opportunity for municipal councils to meet with the Honorable Rick McIver, the Minister of Municipal Affairs at the 2025 Rural Municipalities of Alberta Spring Convention, March 17th to the 19th. I guess the idea would be to bring items directly involving Cypress County to the provincial level. I guess I have a couple of questions. If council is interested, what would we bring for 3 agenda items to municipal affairs? That's always, they'll always ask us for 3 items and then prepare the briefing notes for that. And secondly, who would attend that? And third, my commentary on ministerial meetings is, yes, always, whenever you can, even if it's just to drive to Edmonton to meet with the Minister of Online Forms and Surveys. Being in front of a minister is always a good thing. In this case, I'm not sure, I haven't been here long enough to, and worked with council enough to know exactly what we would speak to the Minister of Municipal Affairs about, but I'm sure there are things we could certainly talk about. Current status of the assessment review would be one thing I would probably suggest could be discussed, but I'm sure council has some other ideas as well. I'm not sure at this late date, these emails came out a while ago, I'm not sure at this late date if we'll be successful in getting that meeting with Minister McIver, but I'd certainly suggest it's worth the email.
Okay, any thoughts on this? Would you like us to send in any questions, like to put onto that list? Like I agree with what Al's saying, but Leanne?
It would be preferable if council could decide right now.
Okay, sounds good. As far as how many go in to see them, I guess it depends on what they're saying they have room for, but.
Through the chair, typically at the RMA convention, there's enough room in the rooms for all of council. I do suggest to council that it makes imminent sense to have only the reeve or the deputy reeve speak on behalf of council. Particularly if you're asking for something from a particular department, the government will typically try to find cracks in and seams in the organization as a way out of providing something. So I suggest that the conversation be limited to the reeve and the deputy reeve, but all of council there supporting that. It depends on what council would like to do at that point, but at RMA particularly, I think it makes sense to have all of council attend that meeting.
Yeah, we've done that in the past and it worked out quite well, just to have the 2 speakers and a bit of a show of force, so, okay. What I'm looking for then is we have 1 item, we would like a couple more just to put on the list that we might ask the minister. Robin?
Thank you through the chair. Steve, is the mature asset stuff done now, or is that still a topic of urgency?
The mature asset strategy meetings have concluded. The project manager, the chair, David Yeager, is now developing a report to present to the premier. I anticipate that would probably be delivered this month sometime. Municipal affairs, there was a lot of business that concerned municipal affairs. Their attendance at their participation was limited through the process, so that could certainly be an item to bring forward, and in March there'd be more information by then.
Okay. Does everybody think that's good then? That's be our second one. So how do we word that one, Robin? What was it?
Just a mature asset.
Mature asset, okay.
Yeah.
Because I missed that first part.
Yeah, I think they'll know what it's about.
Can we have one more from somebody, please?
I don't have a suggestion, but I do have a question. Will they see us? Because we tried for the fall RMA to get them in at meeting with the minister, and they told us no, they didn't want to see us.
Well, I don't think it was so much they didn't want to see us. It's just that Calgary is close to Cypress County, so they feel we have a better chance of meeting them, and they take the ones that are farther out that have less chance of meeting him because of his Calgary location. So we got to keep trying.
And through the chair, I would agree. The other issue is the timing. Often when these emails come out, usually early December, I don't have the email in front of me, the exact date, but I saw this email in my previous municipality probably in the late fall. So we are getting a little late here at the end of January to be discussing getting in with the minister. And municipal affairs is usually quite, most municipalities are interested in speaking to the minister of municipal affairs. I think our chances of actually getting a minister meeting with McIver are probably low, but I think it's worth sending an email and staying on the radar.
But you're right. It is tough. We do have a premier in our backyard, though, that we might have to ask her to tell Rick we need him down here, so.
Another, through the chair,
Mhm.
Ken always needs more funding for culverts and bridges. I mean, we just got to keep hammering the facts through for more provincial funding on infrastructure needs. You know, it's just, and I agree, I mean, we got to put the requests in. So if we're a little late, so we get denied, but we got to keep putting the requests in at any opportunity we get.
And through the chair, the only issue with municipal affairs is the request for culverts and bridge funding, et cetera, would probably be better suited to Minister Dreeshen at transportation. And I would highly recommend, and I think I mentioned it to the Reeve the other day, that we should be having a conversation about arranging a meeting with transportation. We could talk about Highway 320. We could talk about exactly the issue in terms of funding roads and bridges, and get a meeting specifically with that minister, because Minister McIver's people would just say, well, we'll pass that on to the minister, and it'll be lost in the email shuffle, never to be heard from again.
Yeah, that don't happen in government.
So we have two items, we're gonna live with that then for now, and I guess if we do come up with something else, we'll just throw it at them if we get our meeting, so.
I thought you were going to say senior funding.
Yeah, well, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet for senior funding, so. Okay, who started that out?
I don't think there was a motion put on the table.
Oh, okay.
I'll make it, though.
All right, Michelle's going to make the motion to direct administration to schedule a meeting. Okay, no more discussion. Vote, please. It was carried. Next item is 10.3, March meeting dates. And I think Leslie Ann, or Al, you're going to do that? Sure, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of council. Just a very quick one, due to the conflict between regular scheduled council meeting and the RMA convention. We are recommending the council cancel the regularly scheduled council meeting on Tuesday, March 18th of 2025.
Okay, thank you. Would somebody like to make a motion on that? I'm looking at Keith. Any discussion? Any thoughts? Okay, vote. We moved pretty fast on that one, Leslie Ann, my apologies. Okay, that's carried. We're gonna go with 10.4 action items list, and I'm thinking, Al, you're gonna walk us through that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. I noticed, having gone through several previous packages of council, that it seems for some time the council follow-up action list has not been included for council's perusal. The action list will be included in every council package going forward, so council can see the status of their resolutions. I haven't, I'll be honest with you, I haven't gone through every resolution one by one, so I couldn't answer why or why not certain things have happened or haven't happened, but they will be here now for you and for the public to see that we're keeping up on the things specifically that council is asking at a council meeting, and obviously the things that council has asked through policy is a bit different, but council has resolutions that we need to keep up on. I don't want to be in a position where a year from now somebody says, well, what about that motion I made in 2024? What happened to it? And I don't know. So this is for accountability for administration to make sure that we are following up with council on council resolutions.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we need a motion on that. That's just for our information. Yeah, okay. Oh, sure. Go ahead, Michelle.
I saw this and I thought, well, this is genius. I really like this because you can see exactly what it is or what we aren't doing. Either way, I like it. I know we used to have it at one point, but it kind of disappeared.
I think we can take the rec board meeting from May 17, 2024 off of the list.
Well, like Al said, he's going to do some fine tuning on it, so.
Typically, through the chair, typically what I've done in the past is every resolution council makes will go on the list. Some will be just action immediately if if it was a resolution to attend a meeting, that type. But there are serious resolutions the council have made that I'm not sure the status on, and I think those are the ones we really need to focus on. So a bunch of them you'll see, and we will leave the completed action items on the list for probably 30 or 60 days, and then the completed ones will fall off the list at some point once they're completed within a month or 2 months. But yeah, we'll do some fine tuning on it because right now it's a pretty raw list, but we'll look at it and determine what. My problem with getting too fine tuned is I don't want to be, well, how come this resolution didn't make it to the list? I want to be purely transparent that these are the resolutions council have made and this is the action that was taken.
Okay, any questions? Are we good? Yep, okay. Move on to item 10.5, which is Prairie Rose. I think our esteemed Mr. Paul is going to, no, they eventually, or down the road, would like to do a presentation, but this is just to bring it to council's attention. So, Paul and Stephen, we'll let you do the presentation, please.
I've been voluntold. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through to council. On November 20th of 2024, the Alberta government announced a 3-year plan to enhance career education opportunities for students. And this grant program is worth $64.3 million over 3 years, $21.5 million in the first year. Prairie Rose would like to submit an application for a South Alberta agricultural school, and therefore the recommended motion is that council approve a letter of intent to lease Cypress County land as part of Prairie Rose School's grant application to the province for the South Alberta School of Agriculture. Any questions?
Any questions? No. Stephen, what were you going to add to it?
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
Might have been able to sneak a who's on first in that one, but we'll leave that for now. So, and I guess through the chair, some of the messaging that I want to bring is we've seen a number of these things over the years, these letter of intents, and they start kind of as an idea where somebody's taking on a really good initiative that everybody's entirely supportive. And I would just remind council that we've seen these turn into a significant financial contribution up to and including the $6 million mark. So just as we're considering this, council may want to determine their level of commitment to the finalization of this, and I would look towards our chief administrative officer to fill in any blanks I haven't.
Through the chair to council, I'm not 100% familiar. I just read the letter yesterday. I understand there was even a phone call this morning. And that's always my concern with letters of support and letters of intent is where does it go? Entirely council's decision as to where it would go, but I just always like to ask the question, what follows the letter of support and the letter of intent? And will it end up in a small, medium, or large expenditure? That's fine, that's up to council, but I just think it's important to ask the question.
Okay, thank you. Blaine, you have a question?
Well, I truly believe in the intent and of the program for sure. I mean, I think it's been a great starting point in the agricultural area, especially with urban and stuff. I would probably like to have them here on a delegation basis to explain more of their intent so that we have a little more basis on our decision, I think. Like I said, I fully believe in the program. I think it's got a lot of merit to it, but I think, you know, as Stephen alluded to, that there's potentially a huge ask that could be added towards us, and I think unless we know more of the actual details, it's kind of hard to make it an informative decision.
Steve?
Thank you, Councillor Bros. This is time sensitive, that the grant application deadline.
Grant application deadline is January 31st of this month. So they're looking for a letter of intent from us prior to that, obviously, as part of their grant application. And when I met with Prairie Rose initially, they were talking about an agricultural school on, they were looking for leased land, land to lease from us. And so what they're looking at is an area where they can have livestock, a potential cow-calf type operation, very small, a greenhouse, an irrigated garden plot, and then there's other ag activities too as well. Ultimately, I think they want to build a building, and so that building would have a classroom, it would have a shop to repair equipment. They have a relationship with Western Tractor, and then there's the back end of the building would be kind of a barn / shelter for the cow-calf during inclement weather, that kind of thing. So there's, as you can see, potentially there will be challenges with regards to the land itself, where that land lies, service to that land, that kind of thing. And that's why I've identified that there's going to be a number of planning and public works resources that will be required once that land is identified.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think too, a lot of the different projects that we've thought about and looked at doing over the last few years, the library being one of them, where we said, you know what, if we get the funding, we'll build it. If we don't get the funding, we won't. I think that this falls underneath that same kind of category when it comes down to the school division and what they're looking at. And although there are not specifics and there's the question of where will it go, I don't think that this necessarily hamstrings us and commits us to a land use amendment. It doesn't commit us to a specific location. It doesn't even commit us to the terms of the lease. It just states that if they get the funding, there's probably going to be a conversation about what kind of building they want to build, where would it be most appropriate, do we have the land that could work with it, and are we willing to work with them? I'm okay with that. Like, this school division has proven themselves to be entrepreneurial in nature. They've done the flight academy, they've got baseball academy, they've got hockey academy, they've got big things going on next to the airport right now. They've got the trade school out at 7 Persons. They've got the Ag Discovery Center out in Irvine. You know, I know that in the past, you know, we say, hey, you've asked, we've given, and now you're asking again. In this sense right here, I think this is literally the first domino, and I'd be willing to make the motion to approve and to do a very generic letter of intent. And if they get the funding for it, if they get a big chunk of the 21 million, and they come to us and say, hey, listen, all we need is this, and we go, hey, happen to have it, great. If they come to us and they go, hey, we didn't get any of the money, but we want to do it and we need 6 million, we can still say no. So for that, I'll make the motion, and let's hope that they get a good chunk of it.
Thanks, Robin. Blaine?
Oh, I know, and I agree with that, and thank you to Paul for explaining a little more of it, so that helped out a lot more in my decision as well, too. So.
Michelle?
Yeah, I think that we have sat here at this table on many, many occasions and given letters of intent for for stuff that wasn't, in my opinion, not as important as what this is. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, Shane?
I disagree. No, I agree with everything. I think it's a great idea. We should do the letter. It's not holding us down to anything. And it's, like Robin has said, Prairie Rose is very aggressive in their stuff, and I like what they're doing.
I gotta let that Lloyd talk first, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Sorry, sir, you're next. I really hate to say it, but I have to agree with Shane. I think it's a good thing, and I like the idea of the generic letter.
Thank you. Keith, any comments? You're good?
I think it's a great initiative. I don't see any reason not to at least put our best foot forward and encourage them to do what they've got to do at this point. I can see a lot of discussion down the road, and there's a lot of details that I mean, I can see all kinds of stuff down the road that there's going to be some issues, there's going to be some challenges, but hey, goodwill goes a long ways, and we'll help as much as we can.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, and I apologize, I should have been a little clearer earlier. There's, of the 64 million, obviously 21 million is dedicated to this year. They're hoping for 2 million of that, based on their initial ask. So that, I just wanted to clarify that. There will be other applications throughout the province, because this is province-wide.
Sure, okay. So basically, they're just looking to see if they can move forward on it and do the grant, and if it works out, then they would be looking at us for maybe some land to lease for probably $1 a year, and how much we can help with that. I just threw that out there, and help with the infrastructure, right?
What are you doing?
So much for generic. Some generic, yeah. But I think it's nothing but positive. We were worried about Irvin when we stepped up to help them with Irvin, and it did not hurt us one bit to do a parking lot and put a water line in and stuff. So, all right, well, if there's no more discussion, we have a motion from Robin to approve a letter of intent. So if we're good, I'll ask for the vote, please. And thank you, Paul. It was a good presentation.
And Mr. Chair, for clarification, we will create the generic letter, and we will send it to because the Reeve is away, we'll send it to the Deputy Reeve for approval.
Sure.
If that meets with council's.
That's carried.
14 size font.
Number 11, correspondence and information. Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 4 pieces of correspondence to speak to the save the date for the Tri-Council public hearing for the intermunicipal development plan. That is at February 12th, Wednesday. The minister replied to the letter of opposition to Bill C-293, if council is interested in being involved in that opposition. Third is the Red Cliff Cypress Regional Waste Management Authority minutes from December 11th, and the March 8th, the Women's Shelter Gala invite.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie Ann has something she'd like to add.
Sure.
Thank you, through the chair. Municipal Services wanted to confirm that all of council is available to attend the public hearing on the 12th. It's the 12th, correct? Just because there's parameters to meet quorum with all the municipalities. So just before it gets out there too far, planning wanted to confirm that you guys will be in attendance that night.
When is Brown Lake?
6th.
Oh, then absolutely I will.
So put a big star on your calendars, and as Leslie Ann has said, we do need quorum, so let's make that work.
Will you send out an invite?
Okay, is there any questions on those 4 items? Al, we usually beat up Shane and a little bit of Lloyd, because he defers all the time, over the Red Cliff landfill like we are not nice to them, and does anybody want to do that today, or should we kind of be nice today? Oh, maybe, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll give a update. We did have another meeting here in January. Went over the compost center again. You did see in the minutes from our one meeting there where I asked that everything be tracked.
Yeah, I like
all
that.
expenses
That's good.
be tracked to it. We did come up with some figures that we saved about $70,000 by removing that erosion fabric that wasn't needed and the extra gravel that wasn't needed on that cell. So that has all gone through. The cell is complete. We had an update. Our building is still on hold. I'm trying to get a quote because Mr.
No names.
Yeah, no name, sorry. Just say, we're still looking for quotes.
Yeah, you're waiting,
We're
okay?
still waiting. And, no, otherwise it's coming along with, some of the equipment needed some repairs and actually we're in not bad shape. Lloyd?
Lloyd, yes.
Yes, I always let Shane talk. The other thing we did is asked about expenses for staff.
Oh, yeah, right.
Seems like I don't have it in front of me, but I think it was well over 100 some odd grand or something, 170 if I remember right. Anyways, we asked for it and it never came forward the last meeting. And I asked the staff there about it, and then actually Shannon got mad because she wasn't at the last meeting. And she said that we got to keep her in the loop, and Shane advised her that it was asked and that we didn't get it. So it's supposed to be coming this coming meeting.
Just so, we asked for the breakdown on what we're being charged from Redcliffe, from the CEO all the way
yeah,
down to
okay.
Human Resources,
All right. Yeah.
breaking down all their office staff, how much we're paying.
Okay.
And that's what we're asking for, was a breakdown.
Yeah, which is a good idea, so. Anyway, they are getting better than they were like the last year, and we're hoping for great things in 2025.
Don't count on it.
Oh, Michelle?
I don't have a question or anything. I just read in there that Shane, you were reelected as the chair. Congratulations.
Yeah. It was a tough fight, but he won.
The old fellow over there wouldn't do it.
So grumpy old men actually have a chance then to be a chair, that's good, okay. I'm looking for a motion that we accept the following correspondence for information, as information. Okay, Keith's making that motion. All in favor, or vote, I guess. Old habits, hard to break. Of course, Reeve and councillor reports. Keith, I'll start with you. Can you tell us what you've been up to, please?
I was hoping to start the other end, then I could figure out what I forgot.
You want me to do that?
No, that's okay.
You're on the spot.
I don't think I have anything to report, other than, I think we met, the Ag Service Board, we met in December. And since the last council meeting, I don't think we've really done anything too much, so that's all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Lloyd, please.
Well, it's been pretty good. A lot of, some calls on the roads, and Ken's looking after that for me, which is good. And then I had a long conversation with one of the ratepayers about the bridge down there, and actually Ken helped me out with that too quite a bit. I went to the community meeting, Elkwater community meeting, and they are concerned about the break-ins out there. They're starting to do some of their own police work, so I talked to Rebecca about it, so they're gonna go out and see them.
Okay.
Not doing stuff like that. Anyways, their website that they started, that Val started, one of the directors, has hit over 6,000 likes about Elkwater Park. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of information, they shot the 2 cougars, because, as I said, they open up hunting just for the month of December. And one's almost a record. It's pretty big, that one. And the other thing that Dylan managed to let us know was that they finally got an agreement to sell, or to purchase, I should say, the equipment in the old camp house, cookhouse. So now they can open it up to tenders. And that just happened, so hopefully they get something. Other than that, it's been pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Robin?
I'm happy to say that I survived 2 weeks locked in a house with 10 children, and that's all that I've done in the last 3 weeks.
You pulled your hair out over that one, right? Yeah. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, we had a regional landfill meeting there, and as we discussed, Ag Service Board meeting there right at the end of December. I'm very, 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 very proud to announce that I become a granddad again on January 7th with little baby Jovi.
Good deal.
Coming onto earth here, and everybody's doing good and fine, and grandkid number 2.
Great, okay. I'll go with you, Blaine. No, I'll go last, yeah.
Yeah, not overly busy either. Had a meeting on the 16th. Guess I don't have that on the 16th of December. Did have a call with some snow melt issues. Public Works has been made aware of, and they're looking after it. And Urban Resource Center would like everyone to know that they're planning on having a 1-year anniversary celebration on February 1st. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, it was Christmas. I too invited a new family member, not a granddaughter, but or grandbaby, but a family member on January 6th. And I had a policy meeting yesterday with Cypress View. I guess I have a question for the Ag Service Board. Was there anything discussed about the grain bag rolling program in Hilda? Because I have been approached to find out why the grain bags are not inside the transfer site and they're get put outside. So I was told that it might come to that last meeting, and I didn't see it in the minutes, so I'm just asking.
Oh, no, Josh brought it up. Yeah. Very sure. I'm not sure now. It's been a while.
Okay, well, I just,
Public Works,
yeah, I just thought I would, I was approached from someone, and then I had a few calls from ratepayers and.
Is Public Works
stuff like that
aware?
about-
Okay, can you pass that message on? And 'cause I guess you want an email, right, with what's going on? What are the questions? No?
What was the issue, that the bags are outside and instead of within?
Yes, that's what I was told. They have to dump them on the outside of the transfer site fence, and that when the wind comes up, they blow all over and they don't stay in that pile. And at least if they want them inside the transfer site so that when the wind comes, they're going to stay in there.
Yeah, but maybe they could have been dropped off when the thing was closed.
Could have been, I don't know, this is, like,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the Ag Service Board aware of this.
They must be delivering outside of transfer hours, but that's
kind of what I think.
that's gonna be a tough one to try and solve that one, right? Because you can't leave transfer site open. We'll leave it in your capable hands there, Mr. Public Works, thank you. Okay. Are you good with that? It'll be looked into? Okay.
Spread it forward. I don't, whatever happens, happens.
Okay, for me, I just want to comment that I had one phone call about snow removal after that big 8 or 9 inch snowstorm, and they just wondered, do we do Desert Bloom? I said, no, it's just like the city, we don't have snow removal. They were good with that. Question on coyotes. Do we have any kind of policy in place that we will go after them and reduce the numbers? And I said no. I guess down the road, if we have more inquiries, we might have to look at that. But Shane's raising her hand, so I guess he's going to answer that question.
Yeah, to that, Councillor Oster, the Fish and Game have put up a bounty on coyotes in
good to know.
Cypress County of $20 a head up to the first 500. We did discuss it at the Ag Service Board, but it did get put down. We didn't go ahead with it due to various reasons, but Fish and Game has stepped up and
Okay, so just go on their website if they need, somebody
Yep.
wants some information on that, so?
Yep.
Okay, because they are designated as a pest, I'm thinking, right? Yeah. Okay. It's open season, yeah, thank you. Other than that, a couple of phone calls, went for coffee with a couple of people, talked about their, just what we're doing and stuff, and so that was good. So can I have a motion to accept the counselor and deputy Reeve reports, please? Keith will do that. Vote, please. Okay, that's it. I will adjourn the meeting. Have a great day. I can try. It's only 1:45.